Hello, cats and kittens and non-binary people who wear mittens or who don't wear mittens. This is the Star Wars Generations podcast, and we are back and continuing our conversation about The Force Awakens just as soon as Erin stops getting a ridiculous look on her face about the ridiculous things I just said. So I was teasing myself. I just said a teasing look on her face about the ridiculous things I just said.
Yes.
Look, with Walt as vice presidential candidate, I am embracing my dad humor real hard.
Oh, okay.
So we're here for that era. So we're going to continue our conversation of The Force Awakens. And I want to start, I'm going to have to disappear in about 20 minutes because this is my spouse's birthday. And so I'm taking her out for dinner with a bunch of her friends. But I'm sure that these two will continue to maintain the mature air of professionalism that I tried to bring to this podcast. That there does not need to be a cat in the area for the mice to resist playing and stay on topic. So just hear my voice as a stay on topic. Stay on topic. Anyway,
we're going to build our own topics, see what happens.
We are going to build our own topics.
Fans, write in. Tell me what you think. It could be great. I want to hear all your thoughts. Now, in fairness, every time I've handed over control to these two, it has been fantastic. So I have no concerns there.
Thank you.
One of the things that is for me kind of foremost anytime I think about The Force Awakens, and I think this was with the first, we talked about how like the first time we saw, at least for me, I think for kind of all of us, there's some sense of like, whew, Star Wars, or at least for me especially, like Star Wars is back. We're okay. This is good. This is nostalgia. And then as I got past that and I watched it again, I started to have some like, oh, okay, but what about this? And I think for me, one of my biggest disappointments about this movie is that it very quickly takes us back to the position of the original trilogy, where the Empire, in this case, the First Order, is firmly in control, and our heroes are a small ragtag group of rebels, in this case, the Resistance, fighting against that. And I think for me, and this is in part because I had read the Thrawn novels, which really go into this, which are some of the first of the extended universe books, the original Thrawn novels that came out in the mid and late 80s. But other books in the extended universe had built into this. One of the real focuses of those books is the idea that restarting a government after a period of authoritarianism is really hard. And when not everyone is on board with a democracy or a republic, how do you fight the authoritarians without becoming authoritarian yourself? And we've seen that explored a lot in later TV shows. And I think part of that's because I was not the only one who was kind of frustrated that in this, instead of giving us that kind of a story of here's what the new government is like, and here's the problem it's having with this, ragtag bunch of ex-Imperials who want to start the First Order, we very quickly went back to the First Order's in control and our heroes are the ones scrambling.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about that? About the way it kind of like, didn't reverse that, but kept it kind of exactly as it was?
It's not something that bothered me the first few watch throughs because, like we've kind of talked about, it's just so similar to A New Hope. It's hard to not get excited about it and just get into it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like as I continued on and actually noticed and remembered that the Republic got destroyed, because I forgot about that by the end of the movie the first time because it was such a little part of it. It did kind of raise these questions of like, okay, well, first of all, how do you kill an entire government and actually succeed? Like, there.
Right.
Second,
we talked last week about, wasn't it helpful that all of the fleet was in this one sector? And
yeah, so it seemed kind of just like a plot device that they had to kind of excuse away the Republic's existence because they wanted such like a dramatic story again of the little guys. Mm-hmm. And I think that maybe it comes down to that's a better box office seller than a movie that gets into more of the semantics and the nuances of like a new government and trying to rebuild and heal what was done by the Empire. I think it kind of comes down to like, well, how can we make people excited about Star Wars again? Mm-hmm. A New Hope did it great the first time around. Let's just go for as many of those tropes as we can and see if we can't get people back into it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think that, like, I said it last week, but I feel like this was very much like a earn the trust back kind of thing. I also think that, like, interestingly at least, I feel like people at the time of the prequels, or the time when when the sequels were being made, like there wasn't as much like public interest in like the politics. I feel like the politics in like Phantom Menace and some of the movies were actually like seen as the slower and boring parts. And then I think Star Wars fandom evolved, or just kind of realized that people actually were really interested in the politics. I mean, that's why like Andor, I think, is partially so successful, and a lot of the other shows that like do kind of touch on that and do some exploring of that. And so I think that they try to stay away from the politics of it all and just throw us into the middle of, again, a similar story, but like one that was more focused on like events and less on the the back workings of how all of this came to be, which again would still interest me. I would still watch like a movie or a show that like showed like anything in that period of like how the the Republic was being rebuilt. And again, we've seen snippets in The Mandalorian, we've seen snippets in Ahsoka, but like to see a true, just dedicated story on the politics, I think would be something that would probably actually enhance The Force Awakens.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'd be curious about the beginnings of the First Order. Like, what was the first thing that made them known? Was it whispers? Was it an attack? There's just a lot to learn there.
And I feel like right now, those answers are kind of being like a handful of seeds that are thrown to the wind. Those answers are somewhat out there, but you have to watch Resistance and then read 8 different books and then play 2 or 3 different video games in order to find all these different kernels and put them together. And I think I agree with you about the kind of movie this was. There's often times where I can say, I wish it was this kind of story instead, recognizing that commercially that kind of story would never succeed. And even like, as you said, Alex, I think with Andor and with some other stuff like that, and the Acolyte, I think as well, there's a growing understanding that there is a portion of the fandom that's very interested in those shows. But I think that, like, when we talk about the fandom, we're talking about people who are like, oh, there's new Star Wars content. I'm going to check it out right now. And I'm going to possibly participate in online conversations about it. And then there's a minority that's very toxic and very loud. And I think there's a lot more to the fandom. But I think that the fandom is also only a small part of the people who will watch Star Wars. And that there's a lot of folks who, are happy to go watch a Star Wars movie every other year. And that's about as much as they're going to interact. And to be clear, I think those people are just as legitimate fans of Star Wars as we are, but there's a lot more of them. And, I think I agree. Like the number of people who are going to watch Andor or pay for Disney Plus to get Andor compared to the number of people who are going to buy one ticket for one Star Wars movie, I think the first group is massively dwarfed by the second group.
I agree. I think that's a great point, is like, these movies are not just to be viewed by the people who love the universe. It's people who maybe saw one of the originals when they were a kid with their dad, and they're like, yeah, that'd be fun. I'll take my kid to that. Or maybe you saw a cool commercial and you're like, I've never been into Star Wars, but I guess. And that's interesting. I didn't think of it that way, but maybe it's also so similar to A New Hope in an effort to pull in a new fan base and pull in new folks.
Yeah, I mean, Erin, I think that we often ask you to kind of be the voice of the Zoomers in this regard. But I definitely know that, like, as you've said, you had a father who was a big Star Wars fan, and he kind of got you into a lot of the shows before you saw this movie. But also the movie had a huge effect on you because you were fairly young. But I've heard of lots of people for whom Rey was the first Jedi they ever saw. This movie, seeing this when they were between 5 and 12 or even older, was the first experience they had of Star Wars. And so this is the thing that is A New Hope for me, or Clone Wars for Alex, or Rebels for you, and that's just as legitimate as anything else.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about how young people are, or just like how, I mean, it's not crazy to think about people who are later in life coming into the fandom and being like, oh, that's cool. But it's wild to hear you say like kids who saw the movie when they were 7. I'm like, oh, you're half my age.
Wait, is it really that recently so you were like 14, 15 when this movie came out?
13. So
13. Okay.
A little less.
8 years ago.
Yeah, I would have been, 2015 it came out? I would have been 18.
Okay.
So I was even more
Formative
rambunctious
periods of
than I
our
am
life.
now.
Oh boy.
Mhm. Oh boy, keep the peace, keep the peace. So let's talk about some of the characters who really didn't get enough attention, I think, last episode. And speaking of a character who gets a lot of attention in this movie, and in our bonus section, we're going to talk about things that were started in this movie and not very well paid off in later movies. But for now, let's just talk about it in this movie. Let's talk about the character of Finn, FN 187. I think it's got that number wrong.
2187.
2187. Thank you. It's very on brand for me.
Ah.
What was it like for y'all seeing like a stormtrooper who had a face and who had feelings and spoke?
But I remember the first time the teaser trailer came out, and like the first thing you see is this unknown individual wearing stormtrooper armor with like their helmet off, and I was like, what a way to start off, because we had not seen that before. I mean, we'd seen, you know, clones in the Clone Wars obviously with their helmets off, but like I don't know if I've seen, outside of maybe, and I don't even know if I've seen this in a video game, I don't know if we've seen stormtroopers with their helmets off. And so it was really interesting to me because he was just like a unique character. I thought like this dude was so interesting. I remember like going into the movie, I was so enthralled to see who this Finn character was. And I was like, from the beginning, they really play him off as to be like one of the major leads throughout the trilogy. I know he annoyed me a little bit because he was a little whiny. But he grew on me over time, because I was like, okay, he's whiny, but he's also just really insecure, and like I think that's part of his character. And like the point is that he like grows into himself and gains that confidence, and like the fact that like Maz Kanata gives him the lightsaber and all of it. I don't know. I just, after that movie, I was like, he could also like Rey could be the Jedi, Finn could be a Jedi. Like where are we going? What's gonna happen? Like I thought his possibilities were endless in this film, or moving forward after this film.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, like, I'm going to be honest, I never noted it as significant seeing a stormtrooper with their helmet off. And I think that's because I grew up on the Clone Wars. And so it was so in my head that clones and stormtroopers are so similar. I assumed basically, I was surprised that he was a person of color, because in my mind, all the clones are, well, I now know are people of color, but as a 7-year-old watching the Clone Wars, I thought they're all white.
Right.
And in my mind, it's just like, well, I mean, all the stormtroopers probably look about the same too, you know, like a man in his late 20s, early 30s, close crop, dark hair. That's basically a clone, but that's just what I thought they were. And so it was very interesting. And I think we see later in this trilogy too, is just how unique and different these versions of stormtroopers are, because they're not manufactured people. They are children who have been stolen from their homes. And that was another aspect that was new to me, is the fact that these like were just acquired children. It's the same as the Jedi, but even worse. And speaking, Alex, on how you were saying he was a little bit annoying, I think that bothered me the first few times I watched it. But what just clicked this last time I watched it with my mom, he's basically a baby. Like, I view him the way that I view the clones in the Republic Commando book. They're described by Jedi as a grown man, yet she senses a child near her. Like, he has no life experience. He has no ability to communicate with others. He doesn't even have a goddamn name, you know? Like, he's got nothing. And so, of course, when he comes out, because also I was like, dang, this guy is like all about this girl. When I first saw it, I was like, damn, he is obsessed with her. They trying to, you know? But then later watching it, I see it and I feel it now is much more of a friendship type of a love. But because he does cling to her so strongly, it feels like it might be more. But I think that he does that because this is the first person outside of the Empire that you've interacted with that didn't immediately die. Well, quotes around the die for Poe.
Yeah, I would very much agree with all that. It definitely, especially the whole like stop holding my hand thing. At first, I was kind of like, oh, yep, it's a guy hitting on a woman, etc. And then I was talking to a friend of mine who'd been homeschooled, and when he told me what he saw in Finn was very much his, like, it reminded him of the way he acted when, after being homeschooled for so many years, he went to a high school. And he just had no idea how to socialize with people and was so excited to have friends, to meet other people his age. And they were all like, whoa, dude, have some chill. Because he was like, oh, you're my new best friend. I'm going to hold your hand now. Like all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it's very much what they do with Finn. It's interesting also, Erin, that you say the thing about the stormtroopers, because I had the exact opposite feeling. I thought the stormtroopers were droids for most of my childhood.
Oh.
Because they're never given any face time. And I think it's intentional because I think there's a sense of like, we want them to be nameless jackbooted thugs so that we can slaughter them en masse by the millions or thousands without having any moral compunction whatsoever, because they're all servants of this evil empire. And so for me, the idea of like, oh, it being a person, and also that a person who didn't willingly do this, but was just brainwashed as a child, was completely revolutionary. And I really loved that.
As a kid, I definitely also thought the stormtroopers were the same as clones. I thought that like the clone army had just been like, their armor had just been changed, and they were like, because like I think as a kid, maybe my dad told me like wrong information when I was young, because he wasn't like as deep in the lore, but I think as a kid it was like, where did all of these stormtroopers come from? And I think as a kid, I believed the answer to that was given in the prequels in, oh, they're a clone army, so that's just like, this is the same army we've always seen. I do.
That's
think
how
that,
I was
like,
too.
I was gonna say, I like it better the way it is now. I like the fact that they're all different entities.
Yeah, me too. No, I was just gonna say, when I was younger, I didn't grasp the fact that clones aged twice as fast, so it seemed completely plausible that all the clones could still be stormtroopers.
Hey, Rex is canonically on Endor. Just saying, a Generation 1 clone trooper was at the Battle of Endor.
That has the canonicity of that is still debated. Like one person from Star Wars said that, and then someone else was like, no. So
no, it says at the final episode of Rebels, Sabine in her voiceover says that Captain Rex fought in the Battle of Endor.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Yeah.
The idea that we see him as that.
Oh yeah, that is debatable, but like him being there is for sure canon. Yeah,
definitely.
I know who you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. Yes, that is still debatable. I like to headcanon believe that's him, but I know it's just some random guy who kind of looks like him.
That's fair. I've got to run in a moment, so let me just say these last two things, then I'll step off and let you guys keep discussing. I think the only thing that bothers me about it, in terms of this part of Finn's character, is I feel like they're very inconsistent about what his connections were to the other clones, to the other stormtroopers. Because on the one hand, I would think, if you used to be part of this awful organization and you recognize that it was not like you were brainwashed into this, you're going to have some moral sympathy for everybody you left behind, right? Because like they were all brainwashed too.
Yeah.
But Finn has no problem, again, like joining in the mass slaughter of stormtroopers when they're attempting the mass slaughter of the good guy. I mean, like, I'm not saying that like, save all stormtroopers by any means, but like, it was really interesting to me that he has no sympathy for the most part towards the other stormtroopers. Then the fact that he's just given a number, not a name, and we're kind of shown that they have like no ability to socialize with each other helps to reinforce that maybe this is why he doesn't. But then think about what is his sort of like the thing that sends him over. It is when this other stormtrooper dies and kind of reaches out, puts a bloody hand on his helmet. First of all, I have no idea why this one blaster bolt that killed that guy caused a bleeding wound that has never been seen before and never been seen again in all of Star Wars. But putting even that aside, it felt to me like this was someone who he was really close with, who he had a real connection to. And so it felt a little weird to me that like I feel like they didn't really fully decide who was he, what was his relationship to the other stormtroopers. Is he fundamentally different from all of them? Are they all people who would have been like him if it had been them who had someone reach out a bloody handprint, etc.?
I have some possible insight on that. Because I agree. When I first saw it, I was almost under the assumption of like, that's a friend. That's someone who they did a lot of training together. There's a reason that death affected him. But when he tells Rey the truth toward the end of the movie and says, on my first mission, I made a choice and I ran. And so it's like, it's not that something finally happened, the straw that broke the camel's back. It's like, it's literally the first thing that happened to him. The first bad thing that happened to him when he realized death was real. He was like, shit, I gotta go.
Yeah, I don't know. I also kind of interpret it as being someone that he knew, but I also think it could work either way. Like, even if it was just like he sees himself and all these other stormtroopers, like. But it's clear that, like, I mean, you see, like, later in the movie when, like, that other one calls him a traitor, like, they all train together. Like, you can tell that, like, they all, and because they were for sure, like, kind of brainwashed, but they were still, like, not clones and, like, not just kind of stormtrooper, like, laid back dumbasses.
Yeah, like they're still sentient beings.
They're still sentient beings who I think formed relationships with one another, same as, like, I mean, the clones did too. Like, all of them did, honestly. Like, I think that, like, it's like if like, I don't know, I mean, if Rex was in the situation and, like, that just happened to Jesse in front of him or something, I mean, it basically did, but
Jesus.
sorry. But you get my point. Like, it's that connection was there. So yeah.
Yeah.
And
Everyone
I
in Star Wars has connections and relationships.
Yeah. And
Except
it's
for
just,
Darth Maul.
listen, he loved his brother, kind of.
Not really.
Kind of. I said kind of.
Okay.
Kind of. Okay, so all I was gonna say was that the other thing about Finn, like, it's just they teased this whole movie that, like, he was Force sensitive, that he was gonna be a Jedi, that, like, I don't know, like, he was never, like, super skilled with the lightsaber, but it just, we'll talk about this more in the bonus section, but it dismayed me how much they deviated from that path they were setting him on. The other thing about Finn is his relationship with Rey, and we'll talk about Rey in a minute, but, like, I don't know, dude. Like, it felt like he had a crush on her for a lot of the movie, to me, at least.
I agree.
And
yeah, it's like,
I don't know, like, it felt like Rey at first was kind of friend zoning him, which is an important friend. But, like, throughout the films, I was a big Rey Finn shipper.
yeah.
I know there was Poe and Rey shippers and Kylo and Rey shippers and all sorts of people out there, but
Poe and Rey is crazy.
Poe and Rey is crazy. I agree. I was a Rey and Finn shipper, but then I did turn into, unfortunately, a Rey and Kylo shipper because I was a Poe and Finn shipper.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I was like, Finn, Rey can't have Finn because Poe has Finn. So, like, we got to give Rey, if Rey's gonna, or Rey can just have no love interest. That would have been fucking fine too.
Yep.
We'll talk about when the Rise of Skywalker gets here. I'll give my
later.
opinions on that. But yeah. So I don't know. I think that, like, it was just, you know, they were very close friends, but, like, Finn, you know, he always seemed to sacrifice himself, do everything he possibly could for Rey.
Oh my god, when they roll up on the planet and Han Solo's like, okay, so how do we do this? And he's like, I don't know how to do anything. I just came here for Rey.
Yeah,
Han Solo's like, there's people counting on us. The galaxy is counting on us.
Yeah, he's like, we'll figure it out. We'll use the Force. That's not how the Force works. Oh, Harrison.
Some great quotes from this
sly
movie.
devil. Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to say about Finn?
I will make a comment on the homeschooler theory as a former homeschooler myself. Hey, hi, hello.
Hey, hi, hello.
I do kind of get the point that Matthew's making, but I would say it's not necessarily that homeschool kids are not socialized. Some are not, correct. But me, I was very well socialized, but I still had that reaction when I interacted with public school kids. And it's because when you're homeschooled, you're used to, like, all of your friends being close friends because they're either your family members or they're your friends' family members. Like, it's this different type of friendship that is very close, where it's like, oh, well, I see you 5 days a week at soccer practice and we hung out like a few times, therefore we're best friends, right? But it's like, she would never call me to hang out. She's 12 and worried about other things going on with her school friends, you know?
Right.
And so I do kind of get that idea of just the excitement maybe of, like, having a friend, and how that could come off very much as, like, flirty. But also you got a boyfriend, cute boyfriend. That's pretty hard to dodge the crush allegations when you say that.
Yeah,
Finn.
the crush allegations were aggressive in that moment. Now, had Finn known Rey for all of, like, an hour? Yes.
Yes.
So it was like a surface level crush that grew into a bigger one, I felt like. But
Yeah.
whatever. So if we may transition to our main character who we did not discuss last week, Miss Ray, nobody.
Yikes.
Ray. So we introduced to Ray as a scavenger in the middle of a desert
Oh,
world.
can I say I thought she was a Tuscan. Dead ass. Thought that was
That's
a Tuscan.
fair. When you first saw her, I was confused what the hell she was too. But I really like the way they introduced her character in the movie. Like, first of all, great cut in general, but then like seeing her scavenge for stuff, and like a good moment for me to mention that, like, especially in Jakku, like the design, the world building design of like the remains of the Battle of Jakku, with like the fallen Star Destroyers and the remnants that she's scavenging on this planet, and like the fact that she's living in a former AT-AT and like wearing an old Rebel pilot's helmet, like just great design. And like you can see off the bat, like she's been here forever. She doesn't really talk to anyone. She's a loner, but like she is often in her own head, like very Luke Dreamer-esque, very much modeled after Luke, I feel like. And then obviously BB-8 turns her world upside down, but you just see immediately she takes shit from nobody. She's super independent. She's badass. And I was like enthralled with Rey in this movie. Oh my God. I was like, they could not have found a better like future Jedi. I was like, Daisy Ridley, slay. Just slay. And I feel like they set up so much, through like when she touches the lightsaber and has those crazy force visions, and like there's just so much like of a fascinating journey she goes on, and like her connection with Kylo is like immediately apparent in this film. And the one thing that always confused me, and that again made me keep thinking that she was going to be like related or had been trained in the past, I know I talked about this a little bit last time, was just that like she was so quick to like pick up on all these different things. And it kind of explained in Rise of Skywalker how powerful she is with the Force. But it just fueled so many theories in my brain. I was like, oh my God, what if she's this? Or what if she's that? What if she's it? And then, of course, we get completely different answers on who she is in the following two movies.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see like her development and her connection with Kylo, her relationship with Finn, the way that she immediately like wants to go after Luke, and with this desire both to break free, but also to stay. Like Luke always wanted to like leave. I felt like he had to stay because of his aunt and uncle. And Rey deep down wanted to leave, but like was so chained by like this idea of her family coming back that she just kept staying in Jakku. So I don't know. I thought she was really well done in this movie.
Yeah. So, oh fuck, what did you just say?
I just ranted about Rey for 5 minutes.
It's not helpful.
I said her ability to her connection with Kylo, her relationship with Finn, her fear to stay on Jakku versus like Luke wanting to leave so quickly.
Yes. Okay, I got it. We're gonna cut that. Start over.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's something that's actually I thought about a lot at the end of the first movie, is like, why'd they send Rey to go get Luke? Like, you have a whole resistance full of capable people, and you're gonna send the Wookiee who's been out of the game for like 10 years and the chick that just showed up, the scavenger? Like, I get it, Leia, you guys had a meaningful hug, you trust her, whatever, but like, come on. I just was always like, why did we give her this penultimate like mission, like the most important thing to do?
A lot of trust. She was also the one that had been captured and like had to be rescued, quote unquote, by Han and Finn.
Yeah.
Even though Han died and Finn had to be rescued by her and Chewie.
Yep.
Rip. But I agree.
Also,
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. It always just like bothered me a little bit. I was like, okay, like I get that this has to be like the main character, but like I always thought like, oh well, why don't you send like Poe or like anyone else as well? Like, yeah, Rey can go. I get it. She's supposed to be like one of the main characters. But it was just always kind of like an odd thing for me. She's allowed, I guess. But I want to say also at the end of the first movie, I was convinced Finn was dead. Okay, not at the end, because at the very end we see he's alive. But when
Yeah, they say
Kylo
you
like
have a heartbeat.
just sliced right up his back, like that's your
Yeah.
spine, bro. Like
Yeah.
it's over for you. Apparently not in Star Wars.
That was like
Um,
ruthless too. That like showed how cruel Kylo could be.
I mean, yes, but also it does bring up the question of like, okay, but why didn't you just kill him? Like you
'Cause
could have
he wanted
done
to-
that
he-
exact thing, but had your lightsaber absolutely cleave a 6-inch wound in him. You know, we see that all the
Um,
time in the books is how deep a lightsaber can go. Like it comes back to the idea we talked last week of like, oh, is Kylo toying with them? Well, yes,
I
he's
think
toying with
yes.
Rey because he wants to train Rey. But why does he give a shit about Finn? Finn is just there. Like,
Because he's
in my
past his
mind,
sadistic, I think.
I guess, yeah, probably. Maybe he was like, yeah, fuck this guy. Go be paralyzed, piece of shit. Like,
I mean,
maybe that was the thought process.
shit was
Honestly, I
dark. Yeah.
don't put it past him. Out here talking about, I will finish what you began, grandfather, or whatever he says.
Who finish what you started? Show me, grandfather.
Show me. Great Adam Driver impression. Really
Yeah,
loved that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The other thing confused me about Rey, Aaron, was that Rey and Finn are together this whole movie. They form a bond.
Mhm.
Finn is injured, like maybe dying. They roll up to Takodana, where the rebel base is. What?
Sorry.
What?
I've never heard that planet before.
Oh, actually, Takodana is where Maz is.
I thought you just said
Setup is.
Taco Donna. Like
No,
I
no,
thought
no,
you
no.
were making a joke
I
that
also
it
think
looked like
Takodana is
Taco
where
Bell or
Maz
something.
is. Maz's people are not where the rebel base is. I can't remember what the rebel base is now. But point is,
They're
to get to
in
the rebel
the
base.
Ilenium system.
System. Thank you. To get to the Ilenium system. To everyone rushes to Finn and to like go with Finn and make sure he's okay.
The way they put him on that bed in a stretcher and they go, careful, he's hurt. No shit.
And then like, he's got a heartbeat. Let's go. And they go. But like, Rey does not go with Finn. She's not worried. She just wait and then goes to Leia immediately, which I think is so strange because she's never met Leia. She doesn't know who the fuck Leia is. Like, I guess maybe they felt some like connection through the Force or something, but it felt very much like if it was the tables were turned, Finn would not have left Rey's side, and Rey was just like, bye Finn, like dying on this table. Like I'm gonna go find this like powerful Force using badass woman, which like I get it, fair. I would also seek out Leia. But like in this instance, like leaving your friend behind for someone you've never met just always confused me.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a little odd. It's like, I just thought of this kind of funny comparison in my mind. Because I always viewed it as, well, obviously Leia and Rey are coming together in their grief for Han. And it's kind of like, okay, once again, we have someone who was like a quote apprentice of someone for one day and loses them and is like, Leia, I'm so sad. And Leia's like, that was my husband, damn it. Like,
yeah, dude, that was
my guy.
It's like crazy behavior.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Oh, are you frozen, Aaron? Oh, you froze for a minute in a really funny stance. Any other thoughts
on Rey? You said?
Yeah, I mean, like as a,
you cut out.
Obviously, my perspective is from a straight man. Like, as a woman, like what was it like to see like a woman lead in Star Wars? Did it like as a kid, as a 13-year-old kid, was it cool? Was it just like normal? Like, did you think about that at all when you were younger?
So I did not. Here's the thing. I didn't view it as cool. And I'm sitting here with myself thinking, is that because I was like frustrated that she was getting so much attention as like the girl Jedi when like Ahsoka has been my girl Jedi, bitch? Like, am I pissed about that? Or like on a very more real note, like I was raised very conservative in the type of environment where feminism is kind of demonized. Like it's seen as like a problem to rebel so aggressively against the patriarchy. And so I think just the idea of, I mean, if Barbie had come out when I was 13, Lord, I would have been the biggest Reddit hater. Like, I was such a sheep. I was just following what I was told to do, you know? Which is not good. And I'm glad I'm not that person anymore. I'm very thankful that I've grown. But yeah, I think that in retrospect, that may have gone into it, is I had this kind of prejudice against things that were presented to be more like feminist, or like, oh, this is a big deal because she's a girl Jedi. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. I just want a Jedi. Like, meh.
I love that.
So,
I love that.
Yeah, just a little self-introspect for all of you that I just kind of happened upon just now.
No, and that's great because I think there was so much attention put on the fact that we had a woman and a black man as the lead in this movie, and it was like, why is that the focus at this time? Like, why?
Yeah.
These are like two very qualified actors. They fucking killed their roles.
Yeah.
And it just it frustrated me a lot at the time that that's where the dialogue was going, instead of like just pure excitement about this new Star Wars movie. Everyone was just like, "Oh, Disney's so woke, they're ruining," and I'm like,
exactly,
because we don't have a bunch of white male leads again. You guys are mad. Like, perhaps introspection here, y'all. Like,
you guys are pissed that art is reflecting life. Like, come on. Yeah, and that's interesting. I definitely like had a lot more feelings about Rey being a woman than I ever had about Finn being a black man. Like, never once did I think about that or have issue with that. I did think, okay, this isn't about Finn or Rey, but just to be a hater.
just to be a hater.
Okay.
Oh God.
So I was like, I was a piece of shit when I was 13, right?
Be
and
nice
that
to
movie
yourself.
ended. Okay, well, I was to other people in my head, I'll say. These are thoughts that I haven't said aloud before. But basically the movie ended and I go, damn, I really thought there was going to be hot people in that movie.
Damn, Erin, the fuck? There were so many hot people in that movie.
I was like, these people look so plain. Like, I hated Adam Driver. I hated Rey. Here's the thing. I loved Daisy Ridley. I did. Like, I really got into her as an artist and her story, how she was a waitress. And like, the moment she got the call that she was in, she said, thank you. And I quit. And like, I just, as someone who wanted to be an actor when I was a kid, that was like such a inspiring story to me. Like, oh, she's in her mid-20s and she still like made it big. I absolutely loved that. But yeah, it wasn't until like The Last Jedi when I was like, wait a second. All these people are really fine. Like, this is a very beautiful cast. Like, I was such a hater. I don't know why. But it's just a funny thing to look back on and be like, why was I such a hater? You know? I think I'm gonna chalk it up to hormones and
that's fine.
Being pretty sheltered, but
it's acceptable.
I had a very interesting experience with this movie the first couple times I watched it. But don't get me wrong, I saw it like 4 times in theaters. I fucking loved it. Yeah,
I saw it like 8 times. I was crazy. I also had more disposable income. It's fine. And by that I mean not very much. Okay, so
I couldn't drive, so.
Also a good point. One more character I want to just talk about briefly is BB-8, our little droid pal. Unless we want to touch on Poe briefly as well, but I think we did last week enough. BB-8.
Fuck him.
What? What'd you say?
No, you just said like, oh, we are. Yeah, like, fuck him. We already talked about
there was a delay. I was like, what? I was like, okay, BB-8. Love BB-8.
Oh, I was also a BB-8 hater.
You are?
Not anymore, but I was like, they're trying to replace my guy R2. Like, don't do that. Don't try to make a cuter design. Don't try to make him look like a stupid ball.
He was like R2's little brother. His cute little ball. The actual concept of the design was fun. It was based on like a soccer ball, and he was his little later thumbs up. Still to this day makes me laugh.
Is that a thumb or a middle finger? Because I always thought it was a middle finger. I thought Finn was like thumbs up, and Ball was like.
Oh, I interpreted it as just like and also a thumbs up, but I guess that's another interpretation that's really funny as well. I thought he had a lot of personality, a lot of spunk, very loyal. His little beeps and boops were very, very like R2D2-esque. I'm gonna say that again. All of their beeps and boops were very R2D2-esque. So I don't know. I really loved him. I thought it was super cute, and he did indeed probably sell Lucasfilm a ton of merch. But
So much merch.
he is a
Oh my
welcome
God.
addition to my droid family of 3PO, R2, and then their grandchild BB-8.
No Chop?
Chop is not part
Chopper?
of that family. Chop is the estranged uncle who's gone on multiple murder sprees.
Jeez.
Chopper has a higher kill count than maybe anyone in Star Wars, except maybe Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
One Death Star away gets you.
Yes.
Or I guess whoever
skyrocket.
pressed the button for the Death Star to blow up Alderaan. Either way, Chopper has a ridiculous death toll. So
yeah, no, BB-8's a fun droid. He's a fun little feature. I don't know. I still prefer R2 in like a typical astromech build.
I do too, but I still love
But
I still love BB-8.
He does have like those fun little. It was funny to see him like when Rey and Finn are on Jakku trying to like fly away, and he like kind of went around in a circle, and then the second time they went upside down, he stuck his little cords out and like caught himself. That was fun. That was pretty cute. He was like, "I'm not falling for this shit again." So maybe I think that's a good way to put it when you said he's kind of like R2's little brother.
Yeah.
It's like I feel about BB-8. Okay, wait, no. This is incorrect. I was going to say I feel about BB-8 the way I feel about Scrappy-Doo, but that's way too harsh. I hate Scrappy-Doo.
Oh, Scrappy-Doo? Bruh, Scooby-Doo is superior to Scrappy-Doo on every level.
Every way. And that's how I feel about R2, except like if Scrappy-Doo actually had redeeming qualities, this would be BB-8.
His name's Scrappy-Doo. That's a redeeming quality.
Hopefully I didn't just lose everyone.
Absolutely wild.
I don't know. Scooby-Doo is like an old thing, right? I think everyone loves Scooby.
Scooby-Doo, where are you? Okay, sorry, Matthew.
Anyways, so there's actually a character that I wanted to chat about that I had a lot of excitement over in this movie that we haven't talked about yet. Any guesses?
Captain Phasma?
No, but that's a good one. We could chat about her. Also no.
Snoke?
Yeah! Third time's the charm. So, Snoke, what did you think of Snoke when you first saw this movie? Like this giant hologram.
I was convinced he was Darth Plagueis.
Oh, okay.
Back from the, like, he never died or had found a way to eternal life or something.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was menacing. I did believe that he was either like, I mean, like, I know that like Palpatine had projected himself very large, but I still thought he was going to be like a large guy. But he was very scary and menacing, and I was like, who is this like scary Sith motherfucker who like has a deformed face? And like that's why I thought that like maybe he is like a reborn clone or a corpse or something. But you know, Alex, not far off. But
you give yourself those back pats.
In power, I was like waiting for like, if Kylo was powerful and kind of badass, I was like, what is this menacing lurking Snoke figure? Like it felt very much the way that like Palpatine felt in the originals, but like Snoke felt like he could be even more dangerous. Like if he's as big as he is, I was picturing him to have like a giant lightsaber too. Like I don't know, man. He was scary.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he was bigger. I knew he wasn't the size that he projected as, but I assumed like, because I mean, Plagueis is a, hold on.
Sorry.
I just wanted to do all my noisy things at once. Plagueis is a Moon, right? Moon,
whatever. Yes, that.
Something. He is a species, and they're tall. They're above average human height. I don't know, probably like 7, maybe 8 feet tall, I would guess. Similar to the what species is the Grand Inquisitor?
The Utapawan species, whatever they're called from Utapau.
I don't know their name. But yeah, like I assumed that he was very tall and like 12 feet. I'm thinking like Bjorn the Bear. I'm thinking big old guy.
Okay. Keep going. We're in the semantics.
And okay. It was just like such a menacing figure, and his like low, like gravelly tone of voice. It's the type of power and evil that doesn't need to yell to be scary.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Kylo Ren, who feels a need to throw a fucking fit to be scary. Actually, I don't know if he's doing it to be scary. I think he's just having a lot of emotions. But I was really, really excited to see Snoke. And I was so let down.
Yeah, again, we'll talk about that in the bonus.
We'll talk about it in the bonus.
But I was also very excited. Like when he said, bring her to me, like it's time to complete Kylo's training, like bring this girl before me. I was like, bruh, this is gonna be fun.
It's about to get
and
real.
Andy Serkis,
yeah.
Gollum, love of my life, playing the voice actor for Snoke, incredible.
Andy Serkis is an absolute
gem,
king.
A national treasure.
Yeah. Don't think he's American.
He's still from a country, so a national treasure to that country.
Okay. Yeah.
So we can touch briefly, I guess. Phasma, as I said last week to me, huge letdown in that like she was promoted in the promotional materials in the trailer, and she was on screen for like a grand total of maybe 4 minutes. I thought like she could have been on screen a little bit more. Like she just seems so cool, and
it's such a new design for like a commander to be in completely different garb,
like chrome.
Instead of just like so nice, so cool. Yeah,
she was just so menacing. I don't know, big fan.
I wish I didn't know Captain Phasma was a girl. Like if I didn't know who Gwendolyn Christie was, I could have watched that whole trilogy and not known that Captain Phasma was a woman. And maybe that's okay, like it doesn't need to be, oh, she's a woman. But like it would have been cool to see that representation, even though I was just hating on the representation of Rey a little bit from my teenage mind. It would have been cool to know that there were women stormtroopers as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Because again, that's just something within my single-mindedness. And I think a lot of people is like, oh, they're all probably carbon copies there, if not clones.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So there's 3 more quick things I want to touch on before we get to the bonus. One, Easter eggs in this movie. There are many, and they are really fun. And I just wanted to touch on them very briefly. Like one of them is the Rebel helmet, obviously, that like Rey puts on her head is, just like the helmets that were worn in the X-Wings in the originals. The very subtle one that a lot of people miss is when Finn is going to treat Chewie on the Falcon. Like they're trying to, like Han and Rey are trying to escape, and Finn is trying to treat Chewie's injury. And he was reaching his medical bag looking for stuff, and he momentarily pulls out the lightsaber training droid that Obi-Wan used with Luke in episode 4. And I thought that was always very fun.
That is a cool little Easter egg.
What'd you say?
I said that's a cool little Easter egg.
Yeah. Also, FN, I think if I mentioned this last week, but FN 2187. 2187 is the cell block number that Princess Leia was in episode 4. Yeah, that's another little fun.
That's so cool. That's fun.
Yep.
Those were fun facts.
One final one. Sorry, one more. Daniel Craig, if anyone has seen the James Bond 007 movies, he actually has a cameo as the stormtrooper who Rey uses her first Jedi mind trick on to release her from her little binders. And I remember reading interviews about how fucking excited Daniel Craig was to be in Star Wars. He was just like, I've been a Star Wars fan for so long, just geeking out. And that's again, like you would never know unless you like really watch the credits, but it was just a very cute, fun Easter egg that I really appreciated.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think I saw that 007 was shooting in the same area at the time.
Probably.
And he was like, I don't know if he asked or if they were like, hey, does anyone want to do a cameo? I feel like he probably asked.
Probably asked. Very much like the energy of Obi-Wan Kenobi. They said in an interview that Obi-Wan, like Ewan McGregor, just for that line that he says to Rey, these are your first steps. Apparently he, quote, rode in on a motorcycle, recorded the line, and then rode back out into the sunset.
Oh, okay.
Love Ewan McGregor, the coolest man on the planet.
Literally.
Also, this movie, Aaron, is so funny.
This
I
movie is so
forget
funny.
Every time I watch this movie, I'm like, this movie is fucking hilarious. It's like actually a comedy. Like it's a sci-fi
Yeah.
comedy.
It's truly
Like,
a comedy.
I found myself laughing. It's so like even the jokes that like I've heard a million times, the physical humor, the jokes. I mean, it is. I think they did an excellent job at making it like
Oh
Star
my
Wars in
God.
general was funny, but
My favorite is the bit where Finn's like, okay, so we gotta find Rey by doing this and this and this. And then Han Solo like motions with his head and he's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? What does this mean? And Han like taps him with his gun and just points.
yeah,
And there's
that's
Rey.
the physical human part. And then there's Ray. It's just all of it. So, or like the line, like slash Easter egg and funny line where you're like, after the Phasma lowers the shields, Finn goes like, "What should we do with her?" And Han goes, "Is there a garbage chute, trash
Trash
compactor?"
compactor?
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was hilarious. I was like, yes, put her through the hell that Han went through. He's like still triggered by the Death Star. Or yes, the thing. They're fucking like when they're talking all around the hollow table on the in Elenium system, like Han's like, I just want to help, and Leia's like, what has that ever helped? Don't say the Death Star.
Don't
Like,
say
oh,
the Death
dude,
Star.
it's just so funny. It's so funny, that movie. Or like when the woman's treating Chewbacca, that sounds so scary.
Yeah.
You must have been so brave. And he's like,
Woo, woo, woo. It's
Yeah,
so funny.
so funny. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about, then I'll turn over anything you want to get last bits in here is, can we just touch briefly on the cliffhanger at the end? Luke makes an appearance finally.
Yes.
After the whole movie. We finally find Luke Skywalker, and we are left for 2 years to contemplate what's going to happen. The lightsaber is extended out. This moment is being built. I even wrote in my little notes, I'm like, clearly, obviously, Luke's going to. This is the moment Luke accepts the lightsaber and welcomes Rey to be his apprentice and like joins the fight again. And I'm like so excited. As we know, that's not what happened. But in that moment, I felt so much hope and excitement, and Luke had so much emotion on his face, and I really think the cliffhanger worked exceptionally well in this movie, and I feel like we haven't no other Star Wars movie really ended on like a hard cliffhanger. Like episode 1, 2, 3, all of them were wrapped up fairly nicely. Like it's episode 5, kind of, but not really. Like this is like a cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, what were your thoughts on it when you first saw it, or even now? Like, what are your thoughts on the cliffhanger being used?
So like I mentioned, I watched this with my mom recently, and I'm just gonna relay her reaction because I think it's pretty akin to my original reaction in the theaters. But Rey walks up there, looks at him, she pulls out the lightsaber, she holds it out. And my mom's like, there's a lot of staring going on. She's like, are they gonna talk? And then it starts to zoom out and like pan in a circle. She goes, there's a lot of words being said with their eyes, but no actual words.
Oh my God.
She's like, when are they gonna talk? And then the movie ended.
Mark Hamill got paid like $15 million to show up and not say a single
So much
word.
money to
Just stared. He did that stare so well. We love you, Mark.
did.
You did that. You did such a good job.
Yeah, I'm very glad.
That was. I also was convinced that there's a rock next to him if you watch it, and I convinced myself after about a year that was the grave of Mara Jade, and we were going to be introduced to the backstory that he actually had like married Mara Jade. Bro, I was down once they said to me, Aaron, I had accepted as a child I was never going to get more Star Wars. Then once they opened that door again, I was down bad. I was down bad. I needed more. I was theorizing. I was like, I would go into the theater. I went to the theater one time with a notepad on like my 6th watch through and took physical notes on like what I thought was happening or what I thought could have happened or little things I was noticing in the periphery of the screen. That's what I made my Mara Jade suggestion. I was crazy at that point in my life, or I was a dedicated wild fan, I should say.
Yes. Yeah. I love it though.
Me too.
Now you have all this information.
I don't know if it's a good thing.
I just remember seeing all these memes of like, it's like, damn, Luke really just stared at her. And then it would be like a little animation of like the credits for The Last Jedi roll, and then like, you know, opening shot, and she just fucking chucks the Youngling Slayer 5000 at Luke's face. Like, bro, take it. I'm handing it to you.
I saw the memes of like she's handing the lightsaber out. And he goes, "There was a hand with that. Did you bring the hand?"
Yep, that's a good one
Oh,
too.
that was
That's
a
a
good
good
one.
one too.
Okay, Erin, do you have any last thoughts or topics that we didn't talk about in Force Awakens that you want to touch on before you go to the bonus content?
The fact that Finn drank livestock water,
Tough.
fucking foul.
Tough.
Absolutely foul. Like, I can't watch that back without just like,
Yeah. That was tough. That was so tough.
And like when he like drinks it and goes like I can feel the slime going down my throat. Oh my god.
Thank you for that lovely image.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. If I have to suffer, so do you.
Great. Anything else? As Kylo Ren
No.
says, anything else?
Anything else?
Well, thank you, Erin, and thank you, my friends and our listeners. I don't think we actually did a little promo, so members, stick around for the bonus content. We're going to be talking about how this movie set up so many things and then failed to deliver on almost all of them. But if you're not a member, please consider joining. Please consider signing up. It is only $5 a month, $55 a year if you sign up for the year. $5 is literally a cup of coffee in today's modern economy. So consider donating it to us. It helps keep the lights on. It helps pay for new microphones, just the general operations of this lovely podcast.
And most importantly, it pays for more yapping from us.
It pays for so much more yapping for us. I mean, to be fair, Erin and I do not get paid. But we do this out of the love of Star Wars. But your donations do help us get equipment and things we need to like make this work. I will eventually get an actual mic, as I am still using an Xbox Turtle Beach headset.
Ooh. Okay, free plug.
Replug. But yeah, check out. Please consider subscribing and stay.
You also get bonus
oh yeah,
book of the month when you become a member.
I did a bad job.
We do a little book club every month. Book club.
We do a little book club. Last month's book was the Darth Plagueis book. This month, well, it's always it's always a surprise. We can't tell you what this month is, but last month was Darth Plagueis, and it was very, very fun. We do EU books, we do canon books. We try and keep it topical-esque, but sometimes we just kind of pick a book we want to read.
Yeah, I'll give a little hint for the book. It is another book that is named after the titular character that is a bad guy.
It's called
Let
Darth
your ideas
Vader.
Run.
It's called Darth
Vader.
Okay, so thank you all again. Members, stick around, and I would do for Matthew, we have spoken. From Alex, stay classy, Takodana.
That's not how the Force works.
And we're back. Welcome, members, to our bonus section today. Erin and I will be talking about some of the promises, sweet promises that The Force Awakens gave us, and then how they were ripped away from us so immediately, and how nothing came to fruition because Star Wars can't properly plan a trilogy, or Disney can't properly plan a Star Wars trilogy.
Yep.
So a few things that were set up.
What is your number one upset?
The fact that fucking Finn wasn't a Jedi.
Yep, me too. Me too.
Are we joking? Are we joking? Like, you give him a lightsaber, you let him fight, you like tease through all of this movie. Also, like, you give him such a big role in this movie, and then you like diminish him to such a small role in Episode 8. You like kind of brought him back a little bit more into the fray, more in Episode 9, but like it just wasn't. I understand that not everyone has to be a Jedi, not everyone has to be Force sensitive, but you can't be teasing it to the level you are and then not follow through on it. I mean, this is my own personal. I thought that if Rey was going to be related to anyone, it should have been Obi-Wan's grandchild. I'm happy Matthew's not here to fight with me. I wanted the Duchess Satine Corgi story to be canon, Aaron. I wanted the Clone Wars story to be canon. I knew it wasn't going to happen, but I wanted it.
So you wanted Corgi to be an absentee father? Corky.
You mean Obi-Wan to be an absentee father to Corgi?
Who was an absentee father to Rey?
I mean, Ray already had an absentee father either way. We just, something happened to them. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Also, Snoke was set up as his own character and so badass, and I was expecting like maybe a lightsaber duel or training scenes, flashbacks,
Anything.
He is in some of the comics. He's in the comics. But him and the Knights of Ren are built up to these like menacing, terrifying, and Captain Phasma. All of these bad guys are they're menacing, they're scary, they're mystical. It's like, holy shit, this is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Knights of Ren are not seen in episode 8. Snoke, I'm not going to spoil. I mean, can I spoil episode 8? It's been years. Do we care?
I think you can spoil episode 8.
Spoiler alert. Skip the next minute if you don't want to hear it. Snoke is killed without ever raising a lightsaber in episode 8.
Literally,
like barely even
fucking death.
We see a little bit of his force power, but like so quick. And then again, spoiler alert, more skip another minute, I guess, but like throw his character away even more by just making him a Palpatine clone. It's just like Snoke seemed like such a cool mystical character, and that like was such wasted potential. And Phasma, such a cool character. Killed off in episode 8, so much wasted potential.
Mm-hmm.
The Knights of Ren, so freaking cool. Only make an appearance in episode 9 where they like don't really have that big of a role and that are all ceremoniously killed off so easily. It's just like, man, why create all these cool characters? Not going to explore them more.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the characters. That's not even the story points. Like, I don't think when they wrote it, Aaron, to be honest, when they wrote it, do you think that Luke was supposed to throw the lightsaber over his shoulder when JJ wrote it?
Wait, Luke was supposed to take the lightsaber from her and just chuck it?
No, I'm saying that's what he does in episode 8.
Oh.
Do you think that was how
so long since I've seen that? But no, I don't think that that's what JJ intended at the end of that movie.
It's just like Rian Johnson and JJ played tug of war with the story.
They
and
did.
Like they both had good ideas in their own right, but like, babe, you gotta stick to a plan and pick one. Just pick one.
We just need a little collaboration.
Pick a plan, stick to the plan. This is not like a ego measuring contest to see who can make the better Star Wars movie.
Yeah. It's not about who can make the better singular Star Wars movie. It's about making a good trilogy, and that was lost.
It was lost.
And then it's like, I don't know. At that point, it's kind of, it just sucks that it went like JJ did 6 and 9, and Rian Johnson did 8. Because like, fine, if you're gonna get a different director, it's gonna take all these wild deviations from kind of the plot we were introduced to. At least give us then a third director, so we don't then have the first director coming back and trying to Frankenstein patchwork his story back together in a way that's going to make sense. Because it's not going to make sense, and it's not going to go well. And that's what happened, unfortunately.
It's just, yeah. And like, they also like, I don't know. We can talk about it as the movies come on, but like Kylo, I felt like was really like delving towards this evil path, and like the way that Kylo's kind of like character development went, like it's like they kind of again like they brought him in like in in episode 8 you thought he was going to maybe turn good, and like you saw moments here where he might turn good, which is very the whole trilogy yo-yos. It's like Ryan pushes it one way and then JJ pushes it back the other way, and it's just like
yeah, it's hard. It's like when the one scary person you actually choose to take time putting into their story, like we just said, you kind of killed off or just didn't even mention all these other incredible designs for like these people that are supposed to be very menacing. When you take the one person and make him so like unstable within his convictions, it's harder for me, at least as a viewer, to be like, oh, he's still scary. If it's like, oh, well, is he actually good? Oh, well, he helped Rey kill Snoke, so what? Right? That's what happened.
Snoke Snoke was telling Kylo to kill Rey, and then instead Kylo killed Snoke.
Correct.
Because Kylo
Yeah.
believed that he could, like, in that moment, he could get Rey to join him, and Rey thought she could get Kylo to join her, and it was just a big mess. And it was just like, I love each of these movies. 7, 8, 9. I really love individually, but they don't feel like they cohesively flow or work very well, and that's what frustrates me. Like, it's not, to me, that hard to make them flow.
Right. It's like, guys, I don't have. Well, you actually probably do have a degree in the arts, but I don't have a degree in the arts. But it's like,
I do have a Bachelor of Arts in journalism, technically, so I don't know if that's really the arts, but
counts.
I don't know. It's just, I appreciate what they all did. I appreciate the storytelling. I appreciate they got more Star Wars content, but Force Awakens really set up a lot of ideas about also the way the First Order being a bunch of conscripted soldiers was finally revisited in Episode 9, like by because JJ directed both of those. Like, I think that it would have been a more successful trilogy if they either had JJ do all three, or they had a different director do all three, so it wasn't like a fight back and forth. Like, the original script for Episode 9 was written by someone else. I've read it. It was incredible. I wish they had done with that instead, but they didn't. And like, I don't know, even like Hux in this movie like seems so cool and menacing, and he becomes a fucking laughing stock slapstick humor in Episode 8, and like,
I always saw him as a coward.
I did too, but like to the slapstick humor level that he was, like, he was talking directly to Snoke and like was challenging Kylo directly in Episode 7.
Yeah.
And like, I feel like in Episode 8 they kind of hinted that, like, you know, there's a bit of a power struggle, but like, I don't know, man. He just became a coward to the umpteenth degree.
Totally. Yeah.
Do you have any other things that really bothered you that like weren't followed through on?
Not really. I mean, the fact that Rey's a nobody, wish that kind of was followed through. But
yeah, and I mean, that's explored more in Episode 8 for sure. But like, yeah, I wish that like she really just was this nobody from a scavenger world. I agree.
Yeah, no, I mean, Snoke is just such a big one for me. Like, he was turned from this really cool, separate, menacing character to being like a shell puppet of Palpatine.
Yep.
And it just sucked. Like, that just kind of sucks ass to have that be like your big bad, which then we, learned that the Eternal Emperor is the big bad.
And like, there is indeed, I think, like a justification for it, but like, it's just, if you're gonna do it, you got to introduce that idea way sooner than Episode 9, like, to just break it apart like this.
Yeah.
So if you all can't tell, that's a little preview of what we'll be talking about in Episode 8 and 9, because we have thoughts. But thank you, members, for tuning in and listening. And again, as always, we have spoken. And stay classy, Taco Donna.
Move, ball.
I think you did that one last week.
I did. Okay. Here, let me do a different one. Fine.
And as always, we have spoken. And stay classy, Taco Donna.
You've got another problem. Big deal. Women always find out the truth. Always.
Boom. That was so much better.
Boom.
Okay. Good recording. I got to make dinner before I have to hop on another call.
Okay.
Bye, friend. I'm just going to leave the studio, I guess, and we'll upload, hopefully.
I think so.
Oh, God, I hope so. Okay. Bye.
Bye.